This was your Cicero, who called him the father of history. Herodotus is known as the father of history. So this is what is your father of history. Is it okay? Father of history. And the man who called him father of history was Cicero. Why? Because Herodotus was the first historian who had systematically collected daughter of history. History is the past. There's a Roman orator called Cicero. He was the first to bestow upon the Herodotus the title father of history in 1st century BC. Who is called the father of history? That is called Herodotus. Herodotus is the father of history. The question is why he is called the father of history and who had called him the father of history? Who had called him the father of history, right? Actually, there's a man of the 1st century BC that is called Cicero who had called him the father of history. So this is what is your father of history. Father of history. Father of history. Is it okay? This was your Cicero, who called him the father of history. Herodotus is known as the father of history. So this is what is your father of history. Is it okay? Father of history. And the man who called him father of history was Cicero. Why? Because Herodotus was the first historian who had systematically collected, documented, and analyzed historical events, systematic investigations, and analytical approach make the history, right? So who is the father of history? That is called Herodotus. And who called him the father of history? That is called Cicero, right? Now, what is the significance? Have you got me? So have you written what is history? History is the study of the past, and that is based on what human activities. Characteristic, what is characterized by systematic analysis or investigation, then sequential, and the third one is your well documented. Why we need to go? Is it fine? Is it fine, sir, madam? All okay? So what is history? How you will tell me history in your own words. Can you define history now in your words? Vishal, events that involves to my question. So anyways, Vishal and the Omkar is good. And what about the others? Event that involves human activity and all events of the past. It's not all events of the past. All the events of the past. There's a event that is related to a human activity, Manish. Okay? Is it fine? Now, why we are studying the history? क्यों पढ़ते हैं? So, just to learn from the past mistakes. If we have committed a mistake in the past, right? So, we must have some kind of the learning from the past. And this kind of the mistake should not occur in the future. So, there is a purpose to avoid repeating those mistakes and then also develop the ability to create or secure a better future. So, that is what is the significance of studying the history. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay? So, what is your purpose or significance to study history? So this is your learning from the past mistakes and avoid repeating them and also develop the ability to create and secure a better future. So we are studying the past is to make our future better. Study of the past will human affairs and the cultures will involve and develop. Very good, Dhanush. Very good. Good. Vishal, that's okay. Thank you. So this is your significance. So this is done now. Now one more thing that I would like to tell you. So just because of this, develop the ability to create a secure and better future. Right? So there are some popular quotations on history. Karl Marx, you must have heard about Marx. Marx once said that history repeats itself, first as tragedy and second as farce. The simple meaning that if we have no learning from the first time mistakes of the past, then history is doomed to repeat it. And then when it will repeat again, it will be a mockery on us. That is called farce, right? So history repeats itself, first as tragedy, we are not aware of. Okay? We were not aware of this kind of the events or the incident that may occur in the human civilization and the human culture. But once it occurred and we have made no learning from these mistakes, then definitely we will be the mockery of all these things. Okay? So that will be a farce. That may be more devastating, right? If we have not learned from the past mistakes, that is what? That is our mistake. Is it okay? In the same way, there is another scholar who says that, this is George Santayana, he said that those who cannot remember the past, doomed to repeat it, okay? And the similarly, Sidney J. Harris said, history repeats itself, but in such cunning disguise that we never detect the resemblance until the damage is done. So history repeats itself, okay? Repeat itself. So we should learn from our past mistake, or the mistakes of the past, right? If we have the learning capability, then definitely we can conquer those mistakes and we can secure our future. Now, there's one thing, sir, madam, about that is the concept of BCAD on. No. Those mistakes and we can secure our future. No. We can conquer those mistakes and we can secure our future. No. There's one thing, sir, madam, about that is the concept of BC AD on timeline. Do you have any problem in this concept to understand? What is the concept BC and AD? Do you know it, sir, madam? Do you have any idea about? How many of you know what is BC and AD? Okay, that's fine. See. So see here, this is your timeline. This is called 0. Okay, 0, right? And if you are going to write this in this side, okay, the 0 is considered as the birth of, or the year of the birth of, that is called the era of the Christ. Anno Domini. That stands for Anno Domini. Anno Domini. Domini, right? and this is your before Christ. Before Christ. So this is the, but it means that this is the era of Christ. Era of Christ, right? This is called era of Christ. Because this is birth, because it is anno domini, that's called era of the Christ. And this is called before the Christ. 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 Now there is a trend that before the Christ. There is a trend now. There is a trend now. Now the people, there are some of the scholars that suggest that BCE should be called as BCE. That is called before common era. That is called before common era. This is before common era. Common era. Okay, that is called before common era. Is that okay? And the CE is called common era. Now why the scholars are saying that it is before common era and this is called your common era? Why the scholars are saying? What is the logic of this? See, India is a secular country. India is a secular country. We are not favoring any of the religion, okay? Partially, okay? Or completely. We are supporting and respecting all the religion equally, right? So the one of the ethos or the mandate of the constitution is to maintain secularism. To maintain secularism. Are you getting me? If I talk about or in reference to a particular religion or any religious person, then we are becoming what? That is called religious. And that is against the ethos and the mandates of the constitution. Isliye, there are some of the scholars, they suggest that we should not term these things like BC and AD, rather to change this BC to BCE and then AD to CE. Are you getting me? So BC is what? That is your before Christ. So that gives the connotation, religious connotation. AD similarly gives the religious connotation, right? That's called anno domini. And BC means that's called before common era, and CE means that is called common era. Is it okay? So now it is better to call BC as BCE, that is called before common era, and AD should be termed as the common era. Is it fine? Is it okay? Got the idea? So just to maintain the very ethos of the constitution, that is called secularism, it is better to say what BC and BCE rather than to say BC and AD. Is it okay to everyone? All okay, all fine? All good? Sure. So, till here everything is fine? Everyone is okay till here? All okay? So tomorrow I will be will start your very first topic, that is called role of geography in history. And then I also will try to cover another topic, and that is your evolution of man and stone age. I will try to cover these two. I will have to start one. So first I will be taking your role of geography. That is going to be very interesting and very informative. In fact, there was a question on mains also in regard to this. What is the role of the significance of geography in the development of ancient history? So we will discuss tomorrow what is the role of geography in the development of history. So, madam, is it okay? Is it fine? And then I will talk about the evolution of man. It's okay? It's done? So I'm going to end the session now. Okay. I hope you will follow these guidelines and instruction I have given to you in the discussion of this introduction of the topic. Right. So tomorrow I will start. Tomorrow there will be a day after. No, that will be on Monday now. Monday. So tomorrow would be on Sunday, and then your 26th. Happy Republic Day to all of you in advance. And we will be meeting on 27th. So tell them bye. Take care, everyone. Lots of love and blessings. God bless you guys.
Hello and good afternoon. So good afternoon to all of you. Sneha is already there. Shivani is there. Good rainy afternoon. Yes. It's raining. I mean, 26th of January, it was too sunny. But 25th of January, it was rainy. And then 27th of January, it is raining. So our rain god also wanted to celebrate Republic Day in a full blow, right? So people who were there at Kartavya Path and we all citizens of India that we celebrated our Republic Day in our colonies and societies. We all had wonderful time thanks to our rain god, right? And today the Mausam is very awesome, right? And in this awesome Mausam, we are here to talk about Mausam only, right? And that is climate change. So we'll continue with this climate. So that is what we are going to do, okay? And you know that in the last topic we talked about COP29, okay? So COP29 was in 2024, and we have to talk about COP29 after, that is COP30, that was there in Amazon, in Brazil only, and we'll talk about it, right? Definitely we'll talk about it. So Megha, meanwhile, has joined in, Sarika, Amrita, Shivani, Dicky. So I think that people who are around Delhi, in Himachal and Uttarakhand, they are having nice spell of shower and snowfall around. And I don't know where all it's raining there, but it's beautiful when it rains down. But at the same time, a little bit, problematic to farmers and the poor people, because it will again I will bring the temperature even lower. But that's how the nature work. Okay. So this is our 21st lecture of environment, and we are going to discuss about very important aspect. Today we are going to enter into COP30. COP30 is the latest COP that we are going to discuss, right? And meanwhile, Shivani is saying, yes, sir, I'm nearby Delhi. Shiva is saying, clouds in Bhopal. Okay. So that's the beauty of this online class, that I can stay here in Delhi, in the studio, and I can talk to people across India, and I can find out the real scenario out there. Okay. So thank you for sharing. So today we are going to discuss about, obviously, we have to talk about COP30. So climate negotiation we are going through. And in the last, we have already talked about UNFCCC, right? And there we started talking about COP, important COPs we have talked about. And the last COP we talked about was COP29, that was in Baku, Azerbaijan, right? And the COP was Finance COP. If you remember, then this COP was called Finance COP, right? It was Finance COP because there, member countries, member parties, they were talked a lot about finances, right? So how finances would be managed, how money will be mobilized, how the fund that we have developed, that will be distributed. They talked more about equity and preparedness of the climate disasters and everything, right? Okay. And then we'll talk about COP30. So in today's topic, we are going to discuss about two things. In first topic, we are going to discuss about terms related to climate action, climate negotiation. So here we are going to discuss about terms related to climate negotiation, or climate action, negotiations or action. Right. That's the first topic we are going to discuss. And if we could complete it in time, then we'll talk about COP30. The latest COP that happened, that's COP30. Okay? Any problem with that? Okay. So last COP29 was Finance COP, right? And COP30 is implementation COP. Lots of talk has been done, and now the time is there to implement the things. So we'll talk about COP30 in proper detailed way. Don't worry about it. But before we go, we'll talk about some important terms. So let's start with it. So here we are moving on to some important terms. Important terms, right? And one of the terms that we come across is climate finance, climate finance. What is climate finance? We'll talk about that. Amrita is saying plain weather in Mysore, Karnataka. Okay, climate finance. So climate finance means help from developed country to developing country and least developed countries. Because you know that the least developed country and developing country, they will get maximum hit from the climate change. They are not having proper technology and preparedness to deal with the things that will be happening on them. Right? So you write, it refers to climate finance, and you write, it refers to money from both public and private sources. Either as debt, debt, either at debt or equity, given by developed countries, to developing countries to developing countries and least developed countries. Least developed countries for their climate action. For their climate action. For their climate action. Right. So either in the form of debt or equity. Debt means, you know, that you give money. Right. Next you write. Next point. It was formally adopted in 2009. It was formally adopted in 2009 at COP 15. At Copenhagen, Denmark. So Copenhagen, Denmark. COP 15. Right? So first thing that we talked about climate finance was in Copenhagen in COP 15. Right? It is, full stop, it is based on principle of climate justice and equity. It is based on principle of climate justice and equity. Principle of climate justice and equity. Principle of climate justice and equity. Okay? Right? So that is what, so whenever term climate finance comes, it means this only. So whenever term climate finance is there, it means that developed country will give money to developing nations and least developed country, and what will be the reason, so that they can spend this money in their climate action. Right? Then there is another one that is called loss and damage fund. Loss and damage fund. Loss and damage fund. Loss and damage fund. Right. So it was outcome of COP 27 that happened in Egypt, right? And where countries have agreed to set up loss and damage fund, we have talked about. And the whole purpose of loss and damage fund is to provide assistance to poor nations so that they can implement their climate action and they will get hit from the climate change, so they can, you know, save themselves. So, right? It is outcome of COP 27 at Egypt. COP 27 at Egypt, where countries have agreed. To set up loss and damage fund. Countries have agreed to set up loss and damage fund to provide financial assistance to poor nations impacted by climate disaster. That is why it is called loss and damage fund. Right? So loss and damage fund. Because climate disaster will be made. That is why impacted by climate disaster. That is why it is called loss and damage fund. Right? So loss and damage fund. Because climate disaster will be making them to suffer. Right? Now let's go to the next one. And here we are going to talk about the next one. Here I'm talking. And CBDR. You know that, CBDR, but I'll define once again. CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. Common but differentiated responsibility. CBDR. CBDR. And there you go, right? Responsibility. Differentiated responsibility. You know that, CBDR, but I'll define once again. CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. Common but differentiated responsibility. CBDR. CBDR. And there you go, right? It implies that both the developed, it implies that both the developed and developing countries, both the developed and developing countries have collective responsibility, have collective responsibility, have developed and developing countries have collective responsibility, have collective responsibility towards climate action, towards climate action, towards climate action. But the efforts of the country should be, but the efforts of the country should be, efforts of the country should be proportionate to damage caused by them, proportionate to the damage caused by them in the climate system, in the climate system. Paragraph change and you write therefore developed countries should be more than, therefore efforts of developed country should be more than those of developing country, those of developing country. It is based on climate justice and climate equity. It is based on climate justice and climate equity. It is based on climate justice and climate equity. Right? Got the point? It is based on climate justice and climate equity. It is based on climate justice and climate equity. Right? Got the point? So these are the three terms that always come here and there: climate finance, loss and damage fund, and CBDR. Okay? Now we are coming to another topic, and that is called carbon market based mechanism. Carbon market based mechanism. Carbon market based mechanism. Right. Okay. So I'm done with my coffee. Now I can focus on this. Okay. So what is carbon based market based mechanism? Right. Because obviously, if two countries are there, they all have been given a target, a particular target, and they want to reduce the carbon emission. One is doing more reduction, another is doing less reduction. So the country who is doing more reduction, they should have some benefit, right? And country who is not doing that much reduction, they must have a way out, right? So it was originated under Kyoto Protocol, and it is mainly to facilitate countries, right, so that they can reduce their carbon emission and they can meet their target, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. Carbon market. Thank you. Carbon market based mechanism. Okay, now you write. This originated under Kyoto Protocol. This originated under Kyoto Protocol. Because there we talked about reduction in emission. To facilitate the developed country, to facilitate protocol. Because there we talked about reduction in emission. To facilitate the developed country, to facilitate the developed country in meeting their target of reducing carbon dioxide emission. In meeting their target of reducing carbon dioxide emission, right? And it can be of three types, So this can be of three types. One is called emission trading. So you do something like emission trading, right? Then there is something called carbon-based mechanism or clean development mechanism. So clean development mechanism, right? And joint implementation. Joint implementation. What is that? Joint implementation. So we'll talk about all three. Emission trading, clean development mechanism, and joint implementation. We'll talk about all of them, don't worry. Emission trading is a very interesting one. You know, there is a concept of carbon credit. So carbon credit concepts are there. And we'll talk about that. Is a development mechanism, right? And joint implementation. Joint implementation. What is that? Joint implementation. So we'll talk about all three. Emission trading, clean development mechanism, and joint implementation. We'll talk about all of them, don't worry. Emission trading is a very interesting one. You know, there is a concept of carbon credit. So carbon credit concepts are there. And we'll talk about that. Right. So let's go one by one. And we'll talk about, first we'll talk about, that is emission trading. Emission trading. Right. So, you know, 1 ton of carbon dioxide. Emission means how much carbon dioxide you have stopped in going in the atmosphere. That means emission reduction. So emission trading means that how much carbon dioxide you have saved, right? So 1 ton of carbon dioxide is 1 unit. Is 1 unit, right? So 1 ton of carbon dioxide means 1 ton of carbon dioxide you have stopped going into atmosphere, right? And that 1 unit is also called carbon credit. It is called one carbon credit. 1 carbon credit, right? 1 carbon credit. So if a country has somehow managed to stop emission of 1 ton of carbon dioxide in atmosphere, so 1 ton of carbon dioxide emission that you have reduced, that is 1 unit of emission that you have reduced. So 1 carbon credit you have taken, right? And this can be traded, right? This can be traded, and it will depend upon demand supply. Demand and supply. Though there is no fixed value or price of it, demand and supply will take care of it, right? So as per market price. So this can be traded, demand and supply, as per market price. So open market price will be there, right? So let's take one scenario. Let's take one scenario. So I'm going to make one chart, and then we'll talk about. I'm so sorry. So I'm going to make one illustration for you, right? And I'll bifurcate into 2 parts, right? So country 1, right? We'll understand. Right. So let's talk about. So there is a developed country. So country 1, see, country A, and country A is developed. Developed. Now this country A, which is developed, let me write again. And we have given a target, right? So here the target is, target. So target is that it has to reduce the emission by 10 tons. 10 tons, right? Or 10 unit you can say. But the company has achieved only 8 units. So 8 tons or unit. It's the same thing, right? So it's an 8 ton or unit, whatever you can say. So result is, here the result is, the company is there by -2 unit. -2 unit. So -2 unit. So company has given a target, developed country, that 10 tons, but country did everything, and then 8 tons was the only achievement. It means that 2 ton it could not achieve. Why? Because developed country are depending so much onto their energy expenditure, right? Right. Now, there is another country. Here we can see there is another country, and that country is country B, like India. And country B is developing country. Developing country. This developing country has been given the target of, let's say, it has given the target of only 5 unit or 5 tons, right? Only 5 unit or 5 tons. But this developed country, because of the equity, you give less target to the developing country. But they have achieved 7 unit or 7 tons, right? So it is having +2 unit. +2 unit. So now what they can do here? That's a very important thing to understand. What they can do over here? You can see. So now this 2 plus 2 unit, that means developing country has surpassed its target and plus 2 unit is there. That means developed country has to stop the emission of 5 tons of carbon dioxide, but they have achieved 7 tons. So this 2 can be traded. They can give it to them. Right. Right. So this can be traded. So country B, here I can write. Country B can sell 2 unit to country A. And once they have done it, so what will happen over here, you can see. It will become 8 plus 2 is equal to 10. So this 2 unit is coming from where? This. And this will become 7 minus 2 and it will become 5. So altogether, the target collectively was 15. And here we can see 15 has been achieved. But if developing country has done extra work, then they should get some benefit. And developed country will also have one avenue where if they are not able to reduce their carbon emission, they can buy some credit from the developing country. And developing country will have a venue where they can earn money. They can get some money because of their efforts. Right? Got it? So if you do something better and good, then you should get some reward. So the reward system will be beneficial for both countries. Developing country will have motivation to surpass their target so that they can earn carbon credit. And developed country, they will have this confidence that, okay, we are using lots of fossil fuel, but still we can give and we can commit more targets. And even if we are not able to achieve, we can buy some emission from the developing country. Developing country will be getting money and we will be meeting their target. The second one, that is the first one, emission trading. Now we'll move on to the second one. Second one is called clean development mechanism. Clean development mechanism. That is another thing. Okay. Say developed country A to developed country A. Okay. And developing country B. So there is another one, developing country B. Like US and India, right? A is developed, they have done more damage, so emission target to meet. So they have emission target to meet. So here we can have, they have emission target to meet. Emission target to meet. And obviously, this country is having no target. Why? Because CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. Okay, you have done more damage. And if you have more damage, then you do more thing. Right. Now, B is having no target, but B is committed to reduce their emission. So B is setting up carbon sequestration project. Let's say B is having lots many new forest, geological sequestration, right? So B, what does B do? That B has set up here. This B, here I'm writing. Even if target is not there, but still, B sets up carbon sequestration project, right? And through this carbon sequestration project, what B can do, it can reduce the emission of 10 tons of carbon dioxide. That means 10 carbon unit per year. So 10 carbon unit per year. Because once you develop one forest, then obviously you will have this 10 carbon unit per year. Okay. But at the same time, A is not able to meet their target and B has no target. So this 10 unit of carbon can be sold to A. So here what we can do, that this will be given to this, right? So B can sell it to A. So B can sell it to A. And that is called clean development mechanism. That give motivation to B. That B will set up carbon sequestration project, B will be reducing carbon dioxide emission, and whatever unit they have earned, that can sold to A. And A has huge emission target to meet. And A will buy it. So it's a kind of carbon credit only, but But here what is there, that B has to put carbon sequestration project. So this carbon sequestration project must be placed out there. Okay. So you first write it, and then I'll tell you that what is the benefit of it. What kind of benefit will get. Benefits of, what kind of benefit it will give. So let's talk about the next slide, and we'll talk about benefits of CMD. Benefits of clean development mechanism, CDM. Benefits of CDM. And we can have this benefit in two parts. Right, let's have this benefit in two parts. First is benefit for developing country. So benefit to developing country. Right? And here we can have benefit to developed country. Right. So what developing country, what they can get benefit? The first benefit is technology transfer. Technology transfer. So to set up clean development mechanism, this developing country will get technology transfer from developed country, from developed countries. So developed country will always motivate this developing country to start carbon sequestration project. Right. Second thing, it will promote sustainable development. So it promotes sustainable development, because developing country will become future ready. Sustainable development. And the third one, job creation. Job creation. You are putting sequestration projects. You are putting solar power plants. You are maintaining forest. You are doing geological sequestration. So job creation will also be there. Okay. Now, what kind of benefit developed country will get? That is one thing that we should be knowing. So for developed country, there are two clear-cut benefits: cost effective emission reduction. So for them, the first thing that comes is cost effective emission reduction. Because obviously, reducing emission in developed country will be highly costly, and in developing country it will be less costly, right? And second one is fulfillment of Kyoto Protocol, because you have nationally determined targets. Fulfillment of Kyoto Protocol. Okay, Ravina, I hope that your examination was well. And this is how the things are working. So carbon credit, how this joint development. So that is how we see that how this joint development, clean development mechanism work. So carbon credit of one country can be sold to another country, right? And this is how the things are working. So both developing country and developed country will have a kind of partnership. Chaya is saying, but simply buying from developing country without themselves, they will take time to reduce. They have to revamp their entire thing. It's not like they're not doing anything. They're doing their own bit, but it will take time because they're developed. They are slowly, changing their things because all their energy avenues are established. Whereas in developing country, energy avenues are developing. So from the developing point of view, we won't be setting up coal thermal power plant. We will be setting up nuclear power plant. We will be setting up solar energy power plant. There they have already established. So they will have to change it and will have to implement it. Changing will be a little more difficult. Is joint implementation, the third one. So third one is joint implementation. Right? It's almost in the same line, but the basic things are different. So again, there are two things that we are having: one developed country, right? And we are having developing country. So developed country and developing country. Two countries are there. Sometimes two developed country can also come in. And they jointly set up or develop carbon sequestration project. Right. So both of them will put their effort and they will jointly set up, right, or develop carbon sequestration project. So project has been jointly developed. Right. And many a time this setup is being done in developed country. Sorry, developing country, right? And let's say 10 unit of carbon emission was reduced. So what? 10 unit of carbon emission per year. Right. So this is saving 10 unit of carbon emission per year. So it is reducing 10 unit of carbon emission per year. Right. And it will be divided into A and B. So what will happen? It will be divided into, this is A and this is B, A and B. So A and B will divide among themselves. So A has helped B to set up this carbon sequestration project. So B will be also be having some carbon credit and B can use it to sell into the market. And A will also have some, share, right? You can write one more point. Types of, here we can write, types of joint implementation projects. Types of joint implementation projects. Types of joint implementation project. Types of joint implementation project. Efficiency. And then you can write first one, you can write energy efficiency. First point, energy efficiency, such as energy efficient industry and buildings. Energy efficiency, such as energy efficient industry and building. So developing country will be getting technological input to improve the energy efficiency in their industries and building. Energy efficiency, such as energy efficient industry and building. Getting technological input to improve the energy such as energy efficient industry and buildings. Energy efficiency, such as energy efficient industry and building. So developing country will be getting technological input to improve the energy efficiency in their industries and building. Energy efficiency, such as energy efficient industry and building. Right. Next, you write renewable energy. Renewable energy, such as wind, hydro, solar. Such as wind, hydro, and solar. Wind, hydro, and solar. Wind, hydro, and solar. Right? Next one, methane capture. Methane capture. Methane capture, such as waste management. Waste management. And coal mining. Waste management and coal mining. Waste management and coal mining. Right. And the last one is carbon sink. Carbon sink. And there we write forest, such as forest. Carbon sink, such as forest. Okay, so these are the area where this management, wind, hydro, and solar. Wind, hydro, and solar. wind, hydro, and solar. Right? Next one, methane capture. With methane capture, such as waste management. Right. And the last one is carbon sink. Okay, so these are the area where this joint implementation is being done. Okay, so that is all done. We have talked about this first part, that all this terminology that we talked about, that we are going to discuss terms related to climate negotiation and action. And now we are coming to our very important and very upcoming thing, that is COP30. So COP30, Conference of Parties 30, the latest one we'll talk about. So just give me 1 minute and I'll come and I'll start. Okay, so I'm back. And COP30. And COP30, the first thing first that we should be knowing. So it was in Brazil. So basic thing that you should be knowing, it was at Belém, right? So it was held at Belém, Brazil. It is close to Amazon. I mean, it is an Amazon forest. So Brazil, right? So there was Belém, right? Second thing, that it was held at, I mean, if you go with the date wise, then 10th to 21st November 2025. That was the duration, although not very important. You should not be worried about this, right? And you know that it was hosted in Amazon region. So it was hosted in Amazon region. It was hosted in Amazon region. And the last one was known as, last COP29 was known as Finance COP. This was Implementation COP. So this was called, also known as COP of Implementation. That means lots of talk has been done already. Let's implement it. This is also known as COP of Truth. COP of Truth. And what is the reality? What needs to be done? Let's face it. And also known as Forest COP, because it was in forest only. So Forest COP. Right? So these were the things that you should be doing. Okay, now we are going to discuss about it, right? And lots many things are there. Lot many things, right? So let's talk about COP30 and then main area of work or discussion or decision. So main area of work or discussion or decision, right? In COP30. So the first one was, I mean, I can write one by one. The first one is known as, just go with that. I'll go in detail. That is called Muti-Rao decision. Muti-Rao decision. Muti-Rao is a Brazilian word. It's a foreign language. Muti-Rao means joint effort. So it means joint effort. Joint efforts. And Muti-Rao decision means implementation work program. So this is also called implementation work program. That what kind of implementation we are going to do, that we have talked about. So the first area where implementation work program was decided. Discussion. Right. We'll talk about that. Then second was that we talked about forest and nature. So forest and nature. So lots of discussion was done. Main area was forest and nature. So forest and nature. We'll talk about that. Then the third area was finance and economy. Finance and economy. There we also talked about it. Fourth area was energy and infrastructure. Energy and infrastructure. And the last one, the fifth one was emergency action. That means whatever happened in COP30 we can divide it into 5 area. So whatever happened in COP30, we can divide it into 5 area. What was that? The first one is implementation work program, forest nature, energy and infrastructure, social. One more thing was there, I'm so sorry. Not 5, rather. Here we can make it 6. And then 5th one is social. I'm writing again, I'm so sorry about it. I just forgot to mention one. 5th one is social and health. And the 6th one was emergency action. Emergency action. Right? Okay, done. First one is implementation work program. Okay, so let's go with, I'll talk about main points. So first one is implementation work program. So first thing that we can talk about is implementation work program, and that in local language they call it Newton decision. Wind up a decision, okay? And there was one point that is called A, or let's say you can write 1A, Belém mission to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Belém mission to 1.5 degrees centigrade. So right, this is action-oriented platform. This is action-oriented platform. Action-oriented platform. Action-oriented platform to foster enhanced ambition and international cooperation. Enhanced ambition and international cooperation. And international cooperation across mitigation, cooperation, and international cooperation across mitigation, adaptation, and investment. Across mitigation, adaptation, and investment. Across mitigation, adaptation, and investment. So you remember that we wanted to keep it 1.5 only. We have talked about UNFCCC, that there we agreed that we won't allow this temperature to go beyond 1.5 degree. So in Belém mission to 1.5, what was done? It was kept alive, that okay, we'll work for it. So aim was to keep this 1.5 degrees centigrade alive. Right, so full stop you right. The aim of this mission, so full stop you right. The aim of this mission, the aim of this mission is to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade alive. The goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade alive. Right? So that is one thing, right? That is why it is right? So that is one thing, is to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade alive. The goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade alive. Right? So that is one thing, right? That is why it is more about implementation. Another is global implementation accelerator. So another one is global implementation accelerator. Global implementation accelerator. Accelerator. Volunteer initiative was launched. Global implementation accelerator. Accelerator. Okay. So global implementation accelerator means voluntary initiative launched. So volunteer initiative was launched to support countries so that they can fulfill their NDCs, nationally determined commitments, right? And national adaptation plans. So you right, here you right. It was launched to support. It was launched to support countries. It was launched to support countries in implementing their NDCs, NDCs, you know, NDCs, nationally determined commitments, and national adaptation plan. In implementing their NDCs, you know, NDCs, nationally determined commitments, and national adaptation plan. National adaptation plans, NAPs. National adaptation plans, plan. NDCs, nationally determined commitments, and national adaptation plan. National adaptation plans, NAPs. National adaptation plans. National adaptation plans. Right? So that is called Global Implementation Accelerator. Right? Then was another one, National Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance. So there was third one, that is called NAP. NAP Implementation Alliance. So that is called Global Implementation Accelerator. Right? Then was another one, National Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance. So there was third one, that is called NAP. NAP Implementation Alliance. Right? It's E, right? NAP Implementation Alliance. Right, that's the third point. So NAP Implementation Alliance means that National Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance. And you write to support implementation of. To support implementation of. Support Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance. And you write to support implementation of. To support implementation of. To support implementation of NAPs, and mobilize investment to support implementation of NAPs, and mobilize investment to advance. Mobilize investment to promote. Mobilize investment to promote national adaptation priorities. National adaptation priorities.
NAP Implementation Alliance to support implementation of
Priorities. Promote. Mobilize investment to promote national adaptation priorities. NAPs and mobilize to support implementation of NAPs and mobilize investment to advance. Mobilize investment to promote. Mobilize investment to promote national adaptation priorities. National adaptation priorities. Mobilize investment to promote. Mobilize investment to promote national adaptation priorities. National adaptation priorities. National adaptation priorities. Right? So this was one area, pre-implementation. That implement 1.5-degree target, then implement your NDCs and NAPs, and in NAPs also the priority things that must be implemented, and for that investment will be routed. Okay? The second one is forest and nature. So next one that we can talk about here. Next one. I'll go with the next slide so that we can have fresh. And the second one is forest and nature. Right? In forest and nature, there is a very important thing that is called tropical forest forever facility. Tropical forest forever facility. That is called TFF. Tropical forest forever facility. Right. So under this thing, what is there? US dollar 125 billion rupee, billion dollar fund would be created. And this fund will be playing very important role in maintaining and expanding tropical and subtropical forests. So you write to establish a dollar 125 billion fund. 125 billion to establish a dollar 125 billion fund. 125 billion fund known as Tropical Forest Investment Fund. That is called TFIF, Tropical Forest Investment Fund. That will pay tropical forest nations, tropical forest nations, for countries to maintain, and expand in tropical forest nations, for countries to maintain and expand tropical and subtropical moist broadleaf forest, tropical and subtropical moist broadleaf forest, that means evergreen forest, right? Here you have to add one more point. At least 20% of all payments, will go directly to more point. At least 20% of all payments, will go directly to indigenous people and local communities. Indigenous people and local communities. Right. Right. So that is one thing. Second thing that we should be knowing about, the second point under forest and nature, is called resilient agriculture investment. So, resilient agriculture investment for net zero land degradation accelerator. Right. Accelerator. So under this project, what will happen? 3 million hectares, right, of degraded land, right, will be restored. So right, under this project, 3 million hectares of degraded lands will be restored. By using, simply write restored. So it will be restored, not by using anything. Restored. It is based on, you write restored by using, simply write restored. So it will be restored, not by using anything. Restored. It is based on greenway and eco. So by using, simply write restored. So it will be restored, not by using anything. Restored. It is based on greenway and eco invest. It is based on greenway and eco invest. That's important. Greenway and eco invest. Greenway and eco invest. And forest point. Okay, so these are the two main important points that has been discussed in this nature and forest point. NDCs is nationally determined commitments. Right. Anyway, the third point that we are going to discuss here is called, that's a very important one that you should be knowing. Third point, okay? So third point is called jurisdiction. So jurisdictional reducing emission. So third point I'm writing here, that is called jurisdictional reducing emission. Here I'm writing emission from deforestation and forest degradation. From deforestation and forest degradation. Right. That is also called J. That is also called J Red plus REDD plus coalition. J Red plus coalition. Okay. I messed it up somehow. Okay, no problem. Okay. Now you can read that. Right. So jurisdictional reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation. And you can write this is a new coalition of governments. This is a new coalition of government indigenous people, investors, and civil society. Full stop. It offers a credible and mature pathway. Credible and mature pathway to mobilize. Yes, Vidhi, you are right. I'm so sorry. Even I was, looking at some chat and then I said commitment. It's like nationally determined contributions. Right. So it offers a credible and mature pathway to mobilize $3 to $6 billion per year. 3 to 6. Right. I'm so sorry. Even I was, looking at some chat and then I said commitment. It's like nationally determined contributions. Right. So it offers a credible and mature pathway to mobilize. Right. So it offers a credible and mature pathway to mobilize $3 to $6 billion per year. 3 to $6 billion per year to halt and reverse. $3 to $6 billion per year to halt and reverse tropical deforestation. Okay? Tropical deforestation. So that is your red. Okay? So J red plus. That was the last point of this. Now we are moving on to the next one. And the next one is finance and economy. Third one. So finance and economy, because this is last which had, and this is very important. And then you can write the first one. Here we can talk about the first one. Many things was discussed in that. And there is something called roadmap to 1.3 trillion. So we'll talk about many things are there. So Baku to Belém roadmap to 1.3 trillion. That's the first one. You know that in Baku, India said that no, it's not sufficient. We have to increase it. Right? And we talked about new collective quantified goal. In the last thing, we talked about new collective quantified goal. And then, now under this, we have made a pathway to to mobilize this fund by 2035. So you write the official pathway. It is the official pathway. It is the official pathway. It is the official pathway to mobilize NCQG. To mobilize NCQG, new collective quantified goal. To mobilize NCQG of 1.3 trillion US dollar. 1.3 trillion US dollar of NCQG. To mobilize NCQG, new collective quantified goal. To mobilize NCQG of 1.3 trillion. To mobilize NCQG, new collective quantified goal. To mobilize NCQG of 1.3 trillion US dollar. 1.3 trillion US dollar. 1.3 trillion US dollar per year by 2035. By 2035. Right. So that is roadmap to 1.3 trillion. So it has already given a detailed way that how this will be mobilized, how it will be used, right? The second thing in the finance and economy we have talked about, tripling of adaptation finance. Tripling of adaptation finance. Adaptation finance, you know, that we'll give it to the country. I mean, not we, developed country will pass it on to the country who are going to put adaptation programs and plans out there. And tripling would be done. So you can write increase in adaptation finance. Increase in adaptation finance to 120 billion per year. 120 billion per year. 120 billion per year. So 120 billion in adaptation finance. Increase in adaptation finance to 120 billion per year. 120 billion per year. 120 billion per year. So 120 billion per year will be there. So 120 billion per year. That will be adaptation finance, right? Open coalition on compliance carbon market. Like I told you that in carbon market there is no fixed pricing, there is no proper monitoring of it. So now we have taken one initiative to harmonize carbon pricing, right? So carbon pricing will be harmonized. Harmonized means it will be made a kind of, you know, a little bit of standard. So you can write this is an initiative. This is an initiative to harmonize. This is an initiative to harmonize carbon pricing across national borders. Carbon pricing across national borders. National borders. And define best practices for monitoring, because you know you are sending carbon dioxide You are saving carbon dioxide. So monitoring based things are there. Tons you cannot measure. So monitoring, reporting and verification. Monitoring, reporting and verification. Carbon dioxide. So monitoring based things are there. Tons you cannot measure. So monitoring, reporting and verification. Monitoring, reporting and verification. Right? So monitoring, reporting and verification. Next one is Belém declaration for green industrialization. Fourth one, Belém declaration for green industrialization. Because it's a recent COP, so you have to go with every important thing. I cannot help you. Verification. I'm so sorry if I have written. Okay, I have not written anything. It's a verification. Right. Right. So Belém declaration for green industrialization. What is that? I mean, here we are basically talking about decarbonization of heavy emitting industries, right? So decarbonization means that change in technology, change in energy avenue, so that carbon dioxide can be minimized and industry can be shifted to green technologies. So you can write to accelerate decarbonization of heavy carbon dioxide emitting industries. Of heavy carbon dioxide emitting industries. Heavy carbon dioxide emitting industries. Right. So 35 countries already implemented. I mean, they are agreed to implement on that. Now, if you look into the entire thing, you can see that we are going in the details of it. Like we started with COP30, then Belém, Brazil. These are the technical things. They have hosted it Amazon. That is why it is called Amazonia. If I can show you this COP13 card. So I can show you this card. Right. COP30. Belém, right? And if I show you this. So this was the card, you know. And you can see like it's written Amazonia. Why it is Amazonia? Because it was held at Belém. It was held in Belém because of a region. They wanted to keep it close to this. And you know, this kind of image and etc. was there circulating when these things was going on. right? So this kind of card was made. It was circulated all over, which basically draw attention towards this entire thing. So United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP30, and then Amazonia, Belém, Brazil, 2025. Right. That was the thing. And there we see, I just revise everything, that the COP30 was known as COP of implementation, COP of truth, COP of forest. And then we had 6 points. One is implementation work program, forest and nature related things, finance and economy related things. So 3 things we have done already, right? And 3 more we are going to do in the coming classes: energy and infrastructure, social and health, emergency and action. I'll give you one quick review. In implementation work program, we kept alive this 1.5 degree centigrade target, global implementation acceleration, that NDC, nationally determined contributions, and NAP, national adaptation plans. That should be promoted, will help in that. I mean, developed country will help in that. And NAP's implementation alliance, that will be accelerated, right? Yes, Shiva, that road was made, and RNA is that many forest trees were cut for that. So that is one thing. Then we talked about forest and nature, tropical forest forever facility, and $125 billion was committed for it. Then resilient agriculture investment for net zero land degradation acceleration, right? Greenway and eco investment. And then we talked about jurisdictional RED plus, right? So forest degradation and deforestation will be stopped in that way. Then we talked about the last point of today, finance and economy, Baku to Belém roadmap of 1.3 trillion, right? That is called NCQG, quantified goals. Tripling of adaptation finance up to $1.20 billion per year, and open coalition on compliance carbon market. So make a standardized carbon market should be coming in the future. And then Belém declaration of green industrialization. That means all industry which are polluting very heavy and emitting lots of carbon dioxide, they must control themselves by implementation of modern technology in that. Okay. So 5 more classes will be there. I mean, today the class were 4 more classes will be there. So by end of this month, your classes will be finished. Because we are already came end of this climate change. We'll talk a little more about it in Indian context, and then it will be all done. Then we'll have some discussion related to pollution, and we'll have one more thing that is called environmental impact assessment, right? So take.
Hi everyone, very good evening to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. Once again, I welcome you all on your beloved platform PW1. This is me, your professor, in the batch of your Titan and Pinnacle, and in the module of your world history. So how are you guys? Hi Shivani, hi Yash, hi Neha. Hi to all of you. A big hi to all of you. Hi Pinto. Good afternoon everyone. Very good afternoon. Hi Cynthia, good afternoon. Good afternoon everyone. Very good afternoon to all of you. Hi friends, good afternoon. My voice is clear to all of you. Audio video both are okay. Hi Sarika, good afternoon. Audio video both are okay. Okay, Shivani, thank you. Thank you. So yesterday we were into the discussion of First World War. That was the topic, but it was yet to be completed, and I will take next 10 to 15 minutes, or maybe 10 to 15 minutes max to cover this topic, to get this topic concluded. And then I will start with a new topic, that is called Russian Revolution. That is also an important topic in the world history. And then there are a couple of topics more that is left that I will be doing in the next 2-3 days to end your wind up your world history, the syllabus of world history. So first I am going to restart the discussion on the world history, the First World War, and then I will be taking your Russian Revolution. So let's proceed with the session. If everything is okay, everything is fine, things are okay, smoothly things are coming up, then I can continue with the session. Okay. So So let's start now. See, what I was discussing, that was the recap of that. We went to the discussion of First World War. First World War. The discussion of First World War. First World War. First World War. First World War. So this was from 1940 to 1918. We try to understand the reasons behind the World War. So we talked about the too many factors in regard to the World War. Various factors that we have left. We talked about the meaning of the factors we have seen that we have discussed. Now there is one more factor that is left is your immediate factor. We don't need to capture everything that we have already done. So now we need to discuss about the immediate factor. Immediate factor. Immediate factor. Factor for the outbreak of. Factor for the outbreak of. Outbreak of. Break of World War One. World War One. World War One. Is it okay? So immediate factor we need to discuss about the outbreak of the First World War. Is it okay, Sir? So now see, there is a reason that is called Bosnia-Herzegovina. If I talk about there's a reason in the Bosnia-Herzegovina. So let me discuss about that. So let me take you through the map. Okay. Now look at the map. See here. So this is the map that you can see here. So see, this is called Austria and Hungary. This is your Austria and Hungary. This is your Austria, Hungary. Austria, Hungary, Hungary. Right. This is your Austria, Hungary, Hungary. Right. So this is Hungary, Hungary, Hungary. Okay. Austria, Hungary. And this is your Bosnia-Herzegovina. Herzegovina is a territory. And this is called Serbia. So see, what is the case, Sir Madam? This Bosnia-Herzegovina, Herzegovina. Had the population, Sir Madam. So it had Slav population. It had Slavic population, right? Then Bosnia-Herzegovina also had Slavic population, right? So Slavic population was there. So in Serbia, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, there was Slavic population, right? The Slavic population, right? So now under the Serbians, if we talk about the Serbians wanted to create what? They wanted to create a greater Serbia. They wanted to create a greater Serbia. So Serbia wanted to develop, wanted to establish greater Serbia. That includes Bosnia-Herzegovina. That includes Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Herzegovina. Is it okay? Bosnia-Herzegovina. Is it okay? Bosnia-Herzegovina. But on the other hand, there was Austria that wanted to control. In fact, Bosnia and Herzegovina was under the control of the Austria. And Austria was making its claim on this Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? So now it was against the sentiment of the Slavic people. Yeah, today's Austria and Hungary are both separated, okay, right? I hope it's Harshita, right? So now these two are the two different countries, but at that time, both the territories were united. So I was talking about this, right, Sir Madam? So they wanted to do what? They wanted to create or unite all the Slavic, so South Slavic states, like Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Serbia. So this was their intention. Even Croatia had what I say that is called your Slavic population. So they wanted to create a little greater Serbia. But now this Austria and Hungary, this Austria and Hungary had established this control over this Bosnia and Herzegovina. So now it was against the sentiments of the Slavic sentiments of the Serbia, Croatia, or in fact as a whole, the Slavic people. They wanted to. Austria was an obstacle in their way. So it was a problem for the unification of the greater Serbia, but to develop a Serbia state was exclusively for the Slavic people. And Russia also had a Slavic affinity because Russia also had a Slav population. So this was the conditions, Madam. So what will happen? One day, Austria-Hungary prince whose name was Ferdinand. If I talk about this, Ferdinand, right? So Archduke, the prince that is called French Ferdinand. French Ferdinand, his complete name was French Ferdinand. Austrian crown prince, Austrian crown prince, right? Ferdinand. Crown prince was in Saracen. Austrian, Ferdinand. So, unification of the control of Serbia. There was Slavic population, right? The Slavic population, right? So now, under the Serbians, if we talk about the Serbians wanted to create what? They wanted to create a greater Serbia. They wanted to create a greater Serbia. So Serbia wanted to develop, wanted to establish greater Serbia. That includes Bosnia-Herzegovina. That includes Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Is it okay? Bosnia-Herzegovina. Is it okay? Bosnia-Herzegovina. But on the other hand, there was Austria that wanted to control. In fact, Bosnia and Herzegovina was under the control of the Austria. And Austria was making its claim on this Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? So now it was against the sentiment of the Slavic people. Yeah, today's Austria and Hungary are both separated, okay, right? I hope it's Hashita, right? So now these two are the two different countries, but at that time, both the territories were united. So I was talking about this, right? So they wanted to do what? They wanted to create or unite all the Slavic, so South Slavic states, that's Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Serbia. So this was their intention. Even Croatia had what I say, that is called your Slavic population. So they wanted to create a little Serbia. But now this Austria and Hungary had established this control over this Bosnia and Herzegovina. So now it was against the sentiments, of the Slavic sentiments of the Serbia, Croatia, or in fact, as a whole, the Slavic people. They wanted to, Austria was an obstacle in their way. So it was a problem for the unification of the greater Serbia, or to develop a Serbia state, especially for the Slavic people. And Russia also had the Slavic affinity, because Russia also had a Slavic population. So this was the conditions of the matter. So what will happen? One day, Austria-Hungary prince, whose name was Ferdinand. If I talk about this, Ferdinand, right? So Archduke, the prince that is called Ferdinand. Ferdinand, his complete name was Ferdinand. Austrian crown prince, right? Ferdinand. Crown prince was in Sarajevo. So Sarajevo is in this place. That was Sarajevo. It's inside Bosnia, Sarajevo. So Sarajevo would be a place. I hope it must be here on the map. Yeah, that's not clear. Anyways, so here was your Sarajevo, right? So Sarajevo was the place. So this was your Sarajevo. In Sarajevo, the crown prince of Austria, Ferdinand, once came into the Bosnia and visited Sarajevo as its territory, right? Are you getting me? He was with his wife. Sophie, right? Sophie. So now it was against it. Suppose this is their territory. Austria, when the Austrian crown prince, Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie came to the Bosnia and Herzegovina at Sarajevo. Then it was an offense. It was against the sentiment of this, against the Slavic sentiment, right? So one of the Slavic people had now killed this crown prince on 28th June 1940, right? His name was Gavrilo Princip. Assassinated. His wife and the crown prince on 28th June 1940. Then Austria had given an ultimatum to the Serbia to surrender. They surrendered this man that's called Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the crown prince and his wife. But within the 1 month. Otherwise, Serbia should be ready to face the eventualities, to face the consequences, right? But even after 1 month, when Serbia had not surrendered, not Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated. Assassinated. His wife and the crown prince on 28th June 1940. Then Austria had given an ultimatum to the Serbia to surrender. They surrendered this man that's called Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the crown prince and his wife. But within the 1 month. Otherwise, Serbia should be ready to face the eventualities, to face the consequences, right? But even after 1 month, when Serbia had not surrendered, not Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the French Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, then Austria attacked on the Serbia, and this was the beginning of the First World War. That is on 28th July 1914, just after 1 month. After 1 month, time was given to the time was given to the Serbia, but Serbia had not reacted on this. And so after 1 month, Austria attacked on. Time was gradually faced the eventualities to field a Gavrilo Princip, who had then Austria had assassinated his wife and the crown prince on 28th June 1940. Then Austria had given ultimatum to the Serbia to surrender. They surrendered this man that's called Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the crown prince and his wife. But within the 1 month, otherwise Serbia should be ready to face the eventualities, to face the consequences, right? But even after 1 month, when Serbia had not surrendered, not Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, then Austria attacked on the Serbia, and this was the beginning of the First World War. That is on 28th July 1914, just after 1 month. After 1 month, time was given to the Serbia, but Serbia had not reacted on this, and so after 1 month, Austria attacked on Serbia, right? Serbia. Now what will happen? It was the beginning of the First World War, because the moment Austria attacked on Serbia, then Russia came from the side of the Austria, and the other powers also came in the support of Serbia, and then in support of the Austria, the two groups developed, right? So now I'm 1 month. Otherwise, the 8th June 1940. Then Austria had given ultimatum to the Serbia to surrender. They surrendered this man that's called Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the crown prince and his wife. But within the 1 month, otherwise Serbia should be ready to face the eventualities, to face the consequences, right? But even after 1 month, when Serbia had not surrendered, not Gavrilo Princip, who had assassinated the Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, then Austria attacked on the Serbia, and this was the beginning of the First World War. That is on 28th July 1914, just after 1 month. After 1 month, time was given to the Serbia, but Serbia had not reacted on this, and so after 1 month, Austria attacked on Serbia, right? Serbia. Now what will happen? It was the beginning of the First World War, because the moment Austria attacked on Serbia, then Russia came from the side of the Austria, and the other powers also came in the support of Serbia, and then in support of the Austria, the two groups developed, right? So now I'm taking it to the map. So the map. See here. So see. So World War I also started this whole thing, and now started in 1940. So it was started on 28 July 1940, after the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria on 28 June 1940. His murder captured into the world across Europe that lasted until 1918, lasted until 1918. During the 4-year conflict, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and Ottoman Empire, the Central Powers. So there were two groups fought. There was one the Central Power, another was your Allied Power. So in the Central Power, there was Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. Whereas on the other hand, there was the countries like Great Britain, France, Russia, Italy, Romania, Canada, Japan, and the United States in the Allied Power. 6 million people, sacrificed their life, right? So this was what is the beginning of the First World War, right? So this was the thing, Is it okay? Is it fine? Now let me talk about the consequences, and let me talk to you the certain events as well. The timeline here. So you have seen the timeline of the First World War. Now, 28 June 1940, assassination of Ferdinand, the crown prince of Austria-Hungary, in Sarajevo, Bosnia. Right? The killer was backed by Serbian terrorist group Austria-Hungary, issued Serbia an ultimatum of 1 month to fulfill the demands presented by Austria. Serbia agrees to most of it. Except one is that allowing Austria-Hungary to be precipitate in proceeding against the guilty. Now, 28 July 1914, after the 1 month of assassination of the Crown Prince of Austria, Europe descended into the war backed by Germany, Austria-Hungary. Declares war on the Serbia, Germany, Austria, and Hungary. Russia quickly steps in to protect the Serbia and mobilized its army on 1st August 1914. 1st August 1940. Germany responded by declaring war on Russia. France, being Russian allies, seconded, mobilizing its army. So this was the development. On 3rd August 1940, Germany attacks on France through Belgium. 4th August 1914, Britain remained neutral and it appealed both Germany and France to maintain neutrality of the Belgium. But when Germany invaded Belgium on its way to invade France, Britain declared war on Germany on 4th August 1914. Then 6th August 1914, Austria-Hungary declared war on Russia. Serbia joined the Allies forces, and Bulgaria joined the Axis forces. Italy, although an ally of Germany, remained Central Power is known as Axis power. Germany remained neutral and finally joined war in 1915. On the other side, it was promised reason in the Adriatic Sea area, the Secret Treaty, Ottoman Empire joined Axis forces, thus taking the war to Austrian reason Japan joined on all. So now simply is that by Adriatic Sea area, the Secret Treaty, the Ottoman Empire joined Axis forces, thus taking the war to Austrian reason Japan joined on all. So now simply is that by, if I talk about this situation, so by the August of 1914, almost all the power except the United States of America had joined this war. America had joined this war in the United States in April 1917. It was very close to the war. It was joined the Allied forces, but at the same time, Russia had to withdraw from the war due to Russian Revolution that we will talk tomorrow. The Russian Revolution. So when in 1917, when Russia withdrew, then the United States of America had joined this war. So basically, what you have to write after the assassination of the Austrian Prince Ferdinand, that by August 1914, on 28 July 1914, the First World War started with attack on or invasion of the Serbia Austria on the Serbia. And by August 1914, almost all the powers of Europe were engaged in this war from the two sides. And the two sides were Axis power and the Allied powers. Axis powers also in the Central Power. Now, what will happen by August 1917? What will happen by April 1917? United States of America will join the World War from the side of the Allied powers. On the other hand, just because of the internal issues of Russia, because Russia was going through a revolutionary phase that we will discuss tomorrow, revolution of 1917 in the month of February and in the month of October. So Russia had to withdraw because its financial condition was not good being engaged into this war. So Russia had withdrawn from this war, but the United States of America had joined, right? Thus we can see that a small conflict in the Balkan region took the form of the World War. Balkan region, that is the issue of Bosnia-Herzegovina, had taken the shape of the World War that you have to write, right? So this whole thing, and this is the map of your Allied power and the Axis power. Now, the peace treaties. On 18 January 1998, the of the victories. Victorious countries met at the conference of Paris under the direction of the Committee of the Force, United States President Wilson, British Prime Minister Lloyd George, French Prime Minister Clemenceau, and Italian Chief Executive Orlando, right? Orlando. So the victorious countries negotiated the treaty and they demanded strict penalties against the defeated countries. Germany, representative of the facing Democratic Weimar Republic, signed the treaty on 28 June 1919. So after this war, through this treaty of the Paris, Germany had to lose its territory. Germany was made what is called handicap economically and literally. And then France has taken the revenge what Germany had done with the France after the unification of the Germany. After the unification of Germany, and you can recall well that German monarch, German unification, the celebration of German unification and the declaration of the monarchy was celebrated in France itself. So that was against the national spirit of the French people. So now similarly, what will happen now in the Germany, in France, Germany will be called Germany in the same palace, the palace of the Hall of the Mirror. Germany was called, and now this was the time Germany was on its knees before the victor power. And this is how the France has taken the revenge of its national humiliation that was in 1871. So under threat of a total invasion of the country, if they did not sign Germany, there was a talk of the imposition of the Versailles. The victorious countries signed different peace treaties with each of the various treaties, mentioned like Treaty of Versailles with the Germany. So that is the most important treaty that we need to discuss. With the Treaty of Versailles, now you can call Versailles, the palace of the Versailles, that's called the Hall of Mirror Palace in Versailles in France. So the Treaty of Versailles was signed with Germany in Paris itself, in Versailles itself. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? So now this is all the developments of the map. So this is the one thing that you need to know. So now what the Treaty of Versailles was, Treaty of Versailles. If I talk about the Treaty of Versailles, the position of the victors, including the end of the wars, was different. Clemenceau described a harder stance with Germany. Clemenceau, the French leader, France, claimed that Germany will pay. British and Americans were willing to punish Germany. However, they opted for a more conciliatory approach. Finally, Italy, who were less interested in the defeat of the Germany, tried unsuccessfully to obtain territory. Treaty declared Germany and its allies responsible for all loss and damages. So Germany was now made responsible for all losses and damages that had occurred during the First World War under the Treaty of Versailles, suffered by the allies. As a consequence, they were forced to pay reparations to the victors. Now, the financial, what the loss was there just because of the First World War. Now, Germany had to pay back, to pay all those losses. London Conference 1920 established the total amount of the repairs that had to be paid by Germany was 1,40,000 million gold marks, an enormous amount for that time. Treaty of Versailles on June 20th, 1990, World War I was officially ended with the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Treaty of Versailles was an attempt to prevent the world from going into another war. So this is the one thing that you have to write about. Treaty of Versailles. Is it okay? Treaty of Versailles. This is done now. Now coming to the impact of the First World War. Impact. So now I'm going to just give you a brief what we have discussed so far today. Immediate cause of the First World War was that there were the two territories. One was your Austria-Hungary, the state of Austria-Hungary, and there was a territory that was the kingdom of Austria-Hungary, and there was Serbia. Okay? Serbia was dominated by Slavic people, and in between there was, or in and around there was other Slavic regions like Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, etc. So now there was a plan for the Serbia to develop a greater Serbia state by merging all these Slavic dominated territories, right? But on the other hand, Austria and Hungary claiming its right over the Bosnia-Herzegovina, which was dominated by the Slavic population. Now, so it was against the ambition of, or against the dream of the Serbia to develop a greater Serbia by annexing all the Slav dominated region, right? So now this was the reason. So in between there was a development that happened. There was a crown prince whose name was Franz Ferdinand. He was with his wife, Sophie, once visited the Bosnia-Herzegovina in Bosnia, that is place is Sarajevo. When he was in Sarajevo, it was an offense for the Slavic people. They thought that Austria had tried to sow that the Bosnia-Herzegovina is their territory because without any hassle, without any problem, the Austrian crown prince was visiting in the Bosnia-Herzegovina. So one of the Slavic enthusiasts had killed his wife and the crown prince, that is called that's called Franz Ferdinand. So this incident took place on 28 January 1940. Then Austria had given 1 month ultimatum to catch that person who had assassinated the crown prince and execute him or to give him to the Austria. But Serbia had not paid any heed to this request, and after 1 month, Austria had attacked on Serbia, right? And when Serbia was attacked by Austria on 28 July 1914, this was the official beginning of the World War I, in which all the major powers had participated by August 1914, and the United States of America had joined this war in April 1917. But at that time, before the entry of the United States of America, Russia had left the war just because of its internal domestic issues, right? So finally, what will happen? 1918, the war was concluded, and the Treaty of Versailles was signed with Germany, where France has taken the revenge of the dictation or diktat of a Hall of Mirror that was done in 1871. When German's unification was done, because of the humiliation of the French nationalism and the French territory as well, right? So this was the development system, madam. Now, so this is how the First World War came to an end by the Treaty of Paris and the Treaty of Versailles, you can say, right? Is it fine? Now coming to the impact of the World War. Till here things are okay? Okay, now coming to the impact of the First World War. Impact of the First World War, right? So here's the First World War. Impact of the First World War. Right? The peace treaties. The peace treaties weakened Germany. Now you can understand why Germany was weakened. Only temporarily. Because some of the clauses, like disarmament, because Germany had said that you should cut your army by half. So this is called disarmament. And huge war reparations were impossible to implement. Germany soon began rearming itself with the help of Russians and defaulted on the payment of towards reparation. So now this Treaty of Versailles could be the background for the Second World War as well. Now Germany will take the revenge of the First World War, right? First World War. Now after First World War, just to restore peace globally, League of Nations was created to ensure world peace. Is that okay? Now rise of US as a hegemonic power. Rise of USA after the First World War, United States of America emerged as one of the superpower. Terrible loss of the life. Around 8 million dead, millions of wounded people, maimed, widows and orphans, and material destruction suffered especially by Europe. Terrible loss of life and the property. Life and property. Property. Okay? Beginning of women's right movement. Why this was the beginning of the women's right movement? Just try and understand, sir, madam. The mass mobilization of men led to the incorporation of women into the workforce, which was a major step towards the women's right. So see, what will happen during the First World War? The men was at front. They were fighting against their enemies. So what will happen? This was sustain their economic activities. The women will come out for their bread and the butter. So now women were engaged into the different kind of the industries, and they were as a workforce, right? But after the conclusion of the World War, the scenario again changed. Family dynamics had already changed, but the scenario changed, right? And again there was the curtailment of the rights of the women. Curtailment of the rights of the women, so which was resented, and that led to the development of the feminist movement or the women rights movement in Europe and across the world. So this was the beginning of women's right movement. Now social consequences. If I talk about the social consequences, World War changed society completely. Birth rates declined because millions of young men died. Obviously it will happen because there will be no men. 8 million died, millions of wounded, maimed, widows and orphans. Civilians lost their land and fled to other countries. Now, again, introduction of new weapons. Many new weapons were used for the first time in the World War I. Like machine guns, tanks, poison gas and saline were put to great use. This pushed the world away from the peace and ensured that future wars were more dangerous. Is it okay? Now there will be a competition to develop more and more fatal weapons. More and more fatal weapons. Is it okay, sir, madam? So this was going to be the situation. Imperialism continued. Imperialism continued. Imperialism continued. The German colonies were converted into mandates. Mandates were handed over to the victors for preparing them for independence at a suitable future date. The British got German colonies in Africa, Ottoman Empire, territories of Iraq, Syria, Transjordan, and Palestine were disturbed as the mandates of France and the Britain. It's okay. So this was imperialism continued. Colonialism will continue. And that will lead to the economic consequences. World War I cost the participating countries a lot of money. Germany and Great Britain spent about 60% of the money their economy produced. Countries had to raise taxes and borrow money from their citizens. This also printed money in order to buy weapons and other things they needed for the war. This led to the inflation after the war. So this is how we can end the First World War with its causes and its impact. Is it okay? I believe it was just the nature type of the things. Take impact, simple. You have to write the impact of the First World War, the consequences of the First World War. Is it fine here? Fine, sir, madam? Is it okay to all of you? Entry of why USA entered into the World War I. There were two main reasons. One reason was Germany had sunk one of the submarines of USA. USA was not a party of this war. And in spite of Germany had sunk one of the submarines of the United States of America. So this was the one thing that was the immediate reason, that was the trigger point for the participation of the United States of America against the Germany, and that's why USA has joined the Allied forces. Now second reason, there was a Zimmermann telegram. In this telegram, this was leaked. It was leaked. What was inside this? And that calls for the participation of the United States of America in the First World War. Actually, in this telegram, there was a message. There were messages, and message was that Germany is planning. Germany was developing, was planning with Mexico against the interest of USA, against the interest of USA. Right. So these two were the main reasons for the participation of the United States of America in the World War. Is it okay? Initially, United States of America was not willing to join this war because America said that America was very much clear. America was the country of the traders, and America was very much clear that it is the war of, it is the issue of, it is the affair of the European continent. It is not the affair of the United States of America. So the United States of America should not get involved or engaged into this world war. But when Germany had deliberately attacked on one of the submarines of the United States of America in the Atlantic Ocean, then United States of America decided to join the war to teach a lesson to these submarines, right? And there was a telegram, Zimmermann telegram, that was a message that was leaked now, and which was against when there was a planning of Germany and Mexico against the interests of the United States of America. So now America thought that it was time to join the world war against the Germany. Is it okay? So why? Is it fine? All okay now? All okay? All fine? Everyone's fine? So can I end this? All fine? No, sir, madam. So when there was one of the factors more, there was one more factor. Impact, not factor, impact, extreme, rise of extreme nationalism. As impact, rise of extreme nationalism. Extreme nationalism experienced during the war, coupled with fear of communist revolution, encouraged the middle class population of some countries to move to the extreme right. This created a hot bit of fastest movement. That's called extreme nationalism. So now we can conclude this topic. Yes, madam. Now here I'm coming to the next topic. That is called Russian Revolution of 1917. The next topic is your Russian Revolution of 1917. Is it okay? Sure. The Russian Revolution of 1917. It's okay. Russian Revolution of 1917. See here, sir, madam. Revolutions, sir, madam. Out of two revolutions, right? Out of two revolutions. One is revolution. Revolution 1. This was your revolution 2. Revolution 2, right? So see here, this was the revolution in February 1917. February 1917. And this was the revolution of October 1917. October 1917. Was it okay? February 1917. And this was your October 1917. October 1917. Is it okay? February 1917. This is your October 1917. Is it okay? So, actually, what is the significance of this revolution? Revolution number 1. This revolution of 1917 had ended. Actually, in Russia, there was a monarchy. Despite to understand the condition of the Russia, before the revolution of 1917, there was an absolute monarchy in Russia. And the government was completely corrupt. There was a financial debt, there was a financial crisis. The food inflation was there. That we will discuss in detail, everything that we will discuss here. So just try to understand why there was a compulsion for the people to go for a revolution, right? The reason was that Russia was under the financial burden. There was food inflation. The economic condition of the country was not good. There was an absolute monarchy that was thinking for the interest of the monarchy only, not looking for the interest of or the welfare of the people of Russia. So these were the conditions now. So the situation had came to go for some kind of revolution against the Tsarist regime. Tsarist regime is the Tsar, the ruler of Russia was known as the Tsar, right? So it was a revolution against the Tsarist regime. So what will happen by the revolution of February 1917, that was the revolution first? The autocratic or the absolute monarchy of Russia would be ended, and the new government would be established. That would be a socialist democratic government, and that would be under a political party that is called the main civic. But within a couple of months, the limitation of this main civic government would be exposed, and then there would be more radical movement will start through the revolution of under the revolution of this October 1917, by which main civic government would be ended, and then a new government will form under the Bolsheviks. So now we need to understand all these developments in detail. That is all your Russian revolution. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it fine? So in revolution of 1917 was a main civic revolution. It was main civic revolution. It was a political party. Main civic revolution. Right? It ended the absolute monarchy of Tsarist regime. See, it's silent. Tsarist regime. In some of the books, Tsar is also starts with T-S-A-R. Or some of the books that is written as C-Z-A-R-I-S-T. So I'm also going to write this is the Tsarist regime. This is another way to write the Tsarist regime, right? Tsarist regime. Is it okay, sir, madam? And a new government, socialist democratic government, a provincial government, a socialist democratic government, a socialist democratic government was formed. It was a provisional government. Is it okay? Provisional government. Is it okay, Sir Madam? So this was what is the provisional government, right? But the limitation of this government would be exposed. Limitation of this government was exposed. Limitation of this government was exposed. Right, Sir Madam? Limitation of this government was exposed. So within a few months, Bolshevik Revolution, this October Revolution is also known as Bolshevik Revolution. By this revolution, the social democratic government, the socialist democratic government, by this revolution, the socialist democratic government was ended, and the communist government was established. Is it okay? Yes, madam. The communist government was established. A communist government was established. Is it okay? So there was a communist government that was established. Is it fine? It's okay. So this Russian Revolution, if I talk about the Russian Revolution, it was a set of two revolutions, one revolution number 1 and then revolution number 2. It was in February 1917, that was in October 1917. It was the main civic revolution by which the absolute monarchy of the Tsarist regime was ended, and a socialist democratic government was formed. It was a provisional government. On the other hand, within few months, the limitations of the shortcomings of this government was exposed. That led to another movement or revolution, and this revolution is known as the Bolshevik Revolution, by which the social democratic government was ended, a communist government was established. Right? So what is the significance of Revolution 1? That is called the February 1917. The significance of this revolution was that it had ended the absolute monarchy or the Tsarist regime of Russia. On the other hand, the Bolshevik Revolution had established the communist government. So the two significant things. By the revolution of February 1917, the Tsarist regime was ended, and by October 1917, that is called the Bolshevik Revolution, the communist government was established. Is it okay? Is it fine? After this revolution, after Bolshevik Revolution, United States of Russia was formed. After Bolshevik Revolution, post-Bolshevik Revolution, Post-Bolshevik Revolution. Is it okay? Post-Bolshevik Revolution. Right? So what will happen here? Listen, madam. By this, number 1, Bolshevik government. Bolshevik, that is called the communist government. Bolshevik government was formed. And after some time of the formation of this government, USSR was formed in 1922. Just a second, on 30th December 1922, USSR, that is your United States of Soviet Russia was formed. Right. So now you can understand the significance of these two revolutions in detail. So this is the introduction of your Russian Revolution. Russian Revolution was so now you can understand the significance of these two revolutions in detail. So this is the introduction of your Russian Revolution. Russian Revolution was a set of two revolutions. Revolution 1, that was started in February 1917, and this was October 1917. It led to the establishment of Menshevik Revolution. It led to Menshevik Revolution that had ended the Tsarist regime of Russia. And what is the significance of this October Revolution? That it had ended the Menshevik government and established the communist government. And later on, after some times, in 1922, at the end of 1922, a new state was formed that is called your United States of Russia. Russia was formed. Is it okay? Is it fine, sister madam? Okay. Can I end the class right here? If you people believe, can say I can consider my that I would like to end the session right over here. After not feeling well, just because of facility and all. Can you please? I'm feeling unwell, actually. No, it's not my wish. If you want to continue, I can continue, Sarika. Actually, but there's a little bit that some blotting is coming from. If you say, then I would like to continue afresh tomorrow.